right now. Oh, now I see my transcript of the words I'm saying. That's a funny thing. I will just repeat again, we're here for the ARPA grant offers to the resident-owned cooperatives from New Hampshire DES. So today we'll be going through the requirements of the grant program and hopefully give you some information for the next steps. I'm going to start with introductions. So myself, you've probably all seen emails from me. I'm Sarah Ridyard, and I have been managing the Disadvantaged Grant Program, which is what we are calling our grant program, where we have offered funding for water and wastewater infrastructure projects to the resident-owned cooperatives. So hopefully all of you received a letter either from myself or Jen Mates identifying that your community has been offered funding. And again, congratulations for the offer. And we are going to go over the next steps for you today. I work in the Wastewater Engineering Bureau at New Hampshire DES, so I am also joined by several colleagues who are in the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau who have some more expertise in that area. So I'll ask them also to introduce themselves tonight, and we will all be available if you have questions or follow-up information that you need. I'll provide contact info as well for everybody. So I will turn it to Jen Mates to introduce herself.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jen Mates. I'm an engineer with the Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau. I will be a project manager for the drinking water portion of some of these projects. So technical and funding questions can come to me on the drinking water side.
Thanks, Jen. And Jonna McKenna.
Hi, I'm Jonna McKenna, and I work in the Drinking Water Bureau. Also, I manage the Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund and the ARPA funding component on the drinking water side.
Thanks, Jonna. And Cindy.
It always takes me a few seconds to unmute myself. I'm Cindy Clevens. I'm the head of the engineering section for drinking water, and I will manage probably just a couple of the drinking water projects that are likely continuation from prior construction projects.
Thanks, Cindy. And I think we also have Eric with us.
Yeah, that's correct. Eric Carlson. I'm also in the Drinking Water Bureau. I do design reviews for small community, non-community drinking water systems, and I'll also be a project manager on a few of these as well. Thanks.
Thanks, Eric. I think that's everybody from DES, but if I miss someone, speak up. So I will say, if you have a question and you need something, you can feel free to use me as your main point of contact, and then I can direct you appropriately as we need to. If you already are, have been communicating with somebody that introduced themselves, feel free to continue to, but if you aren't sure who to ask, you can start with me. Just to start with the overall goals of this program that we are offering the funding through, we are making an investment in the resident-owned cooperatives. We understand that there's a significant need for the drinking water and wastewater infrastructure in these communities to be upgraded. And we also recognize the challenge of funding, particularly the advantages that grant funding is able to offer for your communities. We know that often there's a lot of debt that is outstanding, and taking on an additional loan is not a feasible idea, but you do have needs for your infrastructure that we want to help address. And we have funding available from the American Rescue Plan Act, which is federal funding that is available for water and wastewater infrastructure. And DES has chosen to designate a significant portion of that funding to help resident-owned community cooperatives, because we recognize this need, and we see that you can benefit from our program. We do anticipate that there is not going to be an opportunity like this again. We have this grant funding available now, but it is pretty much a once-in-a-lifetime kind of opportunity. So we are hoping that this program empowers cooperatives to be able to maintain and go forward with the infrastructure that we help invest in, to be able to do that on your own and work forward in a sustainable financial capacity to be able to manage that system. There's ongoing capital improvement costs and maintenance costs that need to be addressed. So we want to be able to provide you the tools that you need to be able to address that going forward. So I think everybody on this call should have received a letter. I have a screenshot of one on the screen right now that hopefully you can see. This letter outlines some of the major steps that you'll need to take. And I think many of you must have received it because you have signed up for this meeting with me. I did reach out via email also. So I think, between that and these letters, you were able to identify that this is the first step, is to have one of these information meetings that accomplishes what we called the project consultation in the first bullet in the letter. The letter identifies that you have been offered a funding. There is an amount listed in the letter, and it identifies whether it is for drinking water or a wastewater project. So you should see that in your letter. Everybody has a different amount based on what you put in your pre-application for. So we're going to go over several things today, including what your first steps will be to access this funding, the overview of what we're calling our application. It's a final application that we need to collect a little bit more information from you to determine your final grant amount and the overall eligibility for the program. We'll talk through the program requirements, so how you'll be able to get the funding and the steps you need to take along the way to meet those requirements, and then the timeline. This slide that I'm showing has a lot of information on it. I don't want you to feel like you need to read this word for word right now. I mentioned before, I will provide a copy of the slides via email. So I want you to be able to go back to this and look at it as a reference. I've outlined the general steps of the grant program here. Everybody's here because a pre-application was submitted by your cooperative for the funding. We took those pre-applications, we reviewed them and ranked them and determined their overall score, and then offered funding based on what we saw there. We did designate additional funding to this program, and at this point we have designated all of the funding we have available. So we have offered it out to you. Your next step is going to be what I mentioned before, the final application, which is an online form. We're going to look at that today, and I'll talk through what the pieces of that are. Once you submit that application, which is due to us by June 30th of 2023, we will review that application and produce a grant agreement for you. The grant agreement is basically the contract between DES, the state of New Hampshire, and the cooperative that outlines the terms of the funding. So that document has a lot of good information as far as what the regulations are related to the funds. And then also some details as to what your project is, which again is defined by some of the information you put in that final application. So final application due by June 30th. Then you get a grant agreement that is to be signed. In order to sign that grant agreement, someone from your cooperative must be authorized to sign it, and the cooperative must be authorized to accept the grant funding. So this is one of those things that you should make note of, that you may require a vote. You should look at your bylaws of your specific cooperative to determine what kind of vote you need, and if you need to have a meeting to be able to obtain that vote. At this point, we have until June 30th to get this application in, so there's not a significant rush, but I know some cooperatives only have, one meeting a year or an annual meeting, something like that. So if you have that coming up, this is a time to think about getting a vote together that authorizes, one, you to accept the grant funding, and two, authorizes a person to sign the grant agreement for the cooperative. There's some documentation that we collect related to that, including we would like meeting minutes of that meeting where that vote occurs. Once you have the grant agreement in place, you'll have signed it, then you'll send it back to us, and we have it approved by governor and council. So a fully approved grant agreement has to go through that process. You will be able to request disbursement of your grant funds once that grant agreement has been fully approved. So these steps have to take place before you can request any of the funds. Get your final application in, then the grant agreement, that gets approved. And then once you're in that phase, that's when you can request disbursement of funds. Then you're working on your project, you're working with an engineer. to design the improvements that you need to have done. You may submit for disbursement of grant funds on a monthly basis. I'll go through a little bit of what we expect as far as documentation to be able to disperse grant funds. You'll have your engineer prepare design plans and specifications that will be approved by DES. They must follow all of our administrative rules related to the system that they're working on. We will issue a design approval and an authorization to bid the project. So the project will be publicly bid and then constructed. We will also issue an authorization to award the contract once you get to that point. During construction, we are available for, project check-ins and technical assistance as we can offer it. And we will attend meetings as they happen and be able to, work with you on that process. We also want to note that the project must be completed by the date that is listed in the grant agreement. So this is important because we won't be able to disperse any grant funds for work that takes place after that completion date. And the where that completion date comes from is when you fill out your final application, you're going to put in a project schedule. So I'll mention it again when we get to looking at the application, but think about that, that date. As far as our time constraints on the funding, we have until the end of 2026 to spend these funds. So you cannot work any time past that, but you should have a date that's, prior to that in your grant agreement. I'm going to pause here and ask if there's any questions. For anyone who didn't hear me at the beginning, there is a chat feature. If you have access to that, feel free to type into the box. I see it at the top of my screen. It looks like a little speech bubble. And if you don't have access to chat, feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand and we can answer a question.
David Hirsch has his hand raised. Kirsch, excuse me.
Yeah, hi, Sarah.
Yep.
I know you got an awful lot of material to cover, but there's absolutely no way I can keep up with you. Can you sort of slow it down a tad?
I can try to do that, sure. Yep.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And
Yep.
it is going to be recorded. It is being recorded. So there's always the opportunity to go back because this is a fire hose of information.
Yes, I will say that. And I wonder if there's an option on the recording. Maybe we could slow down the speed or something too. But I will try to go a little slower. Yep.
The other thing to mention also is this is like the big picture, kind of everything you need to know, and we can certainly every step of the process whenever you have questions. Keep you updated on what you need to do next. So it is a lot.
Yep.
We had Suzanne. David, were you all set?
I'm just worried
Yeah.
about, you had time dates that are supposed to be completed, but we're having a lot of problems with like services and suppliers and businesses actually being able to do this work. Is that going to be incorporated in the time of the deadline? Or is it just put out the timeline as far as you can and go with it from that?
So as far as we have to spend the funds by the end of 2026, that date cannot change. That's from the federal government. These funds are tied to that date. As far as planning for your schedule, I would definitely recommend, we are seeing things like it's difficult to get people to work on your project. It's difficult to get materials. We all have been dealing with all kinds of delays related to that. So when you're putting your project schedule into your final application, I would recommend building in extra time. There's no penalty for you putting in extra time at that point. What we can't do is change the completion date once it's established. So build it in upfront that you have some of that extra time for yourself, knowing that you have to spend the funds by the end of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
At Well Hill Co-op, you had your hand raised. Sorry, I muted you for the background noise so I could hear Suzanne. Oh, you got to unmute yourself. There we go.
You hear me now?
Yes,
Well,
thank you.
Verizon. It says in there about monthly payments. Now, is that like for the engineers? Because I mean, they're going to expect to get paid before the full application is in and all that?
Right. So our payment process is that you can submit for reimbursement of grant funds on a monthly basis. New Hampshire DES makes the payments to the cooperative. As far as payments to an engineer prior to the grant agreement being fully approved, in general, we are able to go back and reimburse costs related to these projects that you incur prior to the governor and council approval of the grant agreement, but it wouldn't be until after that date that it gets approved. So then you could go in with those invoices. So there may be for, specifically for those engineering costs, I'd say it's most typical that they request, monthly invoicing on their projects. And there may be a period of time where the cooperative is paying those bills prior to the governor and council approval that then they would get reimbursed for following approval.
Okay. So the checks would come directly to the co-op.
Correct.
Okay. And if I may, one more question. The end of the project is for 2026. Now, is there, to give us ourselves enough time, and you said we need to set an end date for the whole thing. I mean, just use the end date as the end date to give us ourselves enough time, or do we have to have a specific date prior to that?
So it depends on your project and where you're at. And if you're, totally at the beginning and you think it's going to take that much time and you want to build in that time, that's acceptable to put that in. There's other projects that won't take that long. So I would say be realistic, but conservative in the fact that you may expect delays and things like that.
Okay. That's all I got for right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Cheney, you had your hand up next.
You keep saying an engineer. What if you're not utilizing an engineer? Is that a requirement or?
I'm going to chime in on this one, Sarah, because Wendy, you and I spoke about your project, and you are a slightly different situation than the others because you have a smaller scope of work. So you're in a different situation. We could talk about that offline.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Sure.
And I would say the projects I'm speaking about with having an engineer in design and construction are the most typical ones we're funding through this, which would be those larger construction projects. But again, there may be a couple of those that are a little bit smaller that may not be following that same exact process.
Right. Andrew Moore, you had your hand up next.
Thank you. Hey, Sarah. So Andrew Moore and Kurt Dube here from Tamworth Pines. So just looking for clarification for information. In regards to paying the contractor who does the construction, is it that we as a co-op pay the contractor, the DES reimburses us afterwards, or is it more of DES would hand us the funds and we would hand them funds to the contractor?
So once you're in that construction phase, and those contractor bills are coming in, so we will be making the payments directly to the cooperative.
Okay.
That being said, some of those bills, depending on the size of your construction project, may be high enough that you need the funds from DES to be able to pay your contractor. So you can use the contractor's estimate for payment. That's what you'd submit to us. And that way we'll be able, to do our process to review that and get you the funds so you can pay the contractor.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
We don't need proof that you've paid anybody. Each system, each entity we work with has different cash flow availability for things. So you don't have to say, here's our check that we paid. Right. We just have to show that work was done. So all the documentation would come with those invoices to prove that the work was completed.
So like some of the things, like we wouldn't have enough to pay the contractor, we would need it up front, to pay them. So that's why the question was there.
And we can't pay up front. We can't pay ahead of time, advanced funds.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. David Kirsch, did you have another question?
Yeah, I did actually. So I think I heard you before say that with the final application, we need to also include the plans for the project. Is that correct?
So We don't need the actual design plans at the application
Fine.
phase. We will walk through the application momentarily, so you will see what we're requesting at that point. And the ask at the point of application is that you have some kind of a planning document that identifies what the project is.
Okay.
So that would be something like an evaluation that's been done to show that you need this project. If you have a property conditions report that you did as part of becoming a resident-owned community, that might be somewhere where that information is. So you don't need already done design plans at this point.
All right, good. That's something I wanted to clarify. The other thing too, getting back to that last question that we heard, did you say that in submitting a estimate would release funds for those folks whose contractors are looking for some payment up front?
So I wouldn't say it's an estimate, but we do need documentation of the funds, that the project work that's been done. So typically a contractor puts together the application for payment that has that information in it. And that would be where we'd look for that information.
Okay, I'm still a little confused because most contractors that I've dealt with on a large project, they want a certain amount down at the beginning of the project.
Yeah,
and
I could help with that if you want. We cannot do deposits with this money, and most of the contractors actually know that. So they, whatever work is completed, they can invoice, they present their pay rec, and that starts the disbursement process. So you'll be submitting on a monthly basis, but the contractors that do the work on these projects, on the type of projects, already know that that's the procedure, so they're not expecting a deposit up front.
It's typically included in the bidding documents, so the contractor knows this up front before they even bid on the project.
So it's defined in the contract that ends up between the co-op and the contractor.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yep.
That's it.
All right. Any other questions right now before we keep going?
No questions right now.
Thanks. So I think at this point, I was going to open up the application. Let me click my link. So when you get this PowerPoint from me, that link will work, and it should also work if you go to your letter that you received. Oh, I see. Is there a question from Well Hill Co-op? Did you have a question?
Yeah, it was just going to be that. So when we have the signed contract and everything, and we get the contractor, and they sign the contract with us, then there'll be a schedule of payment. You know how it's going to work. I mean, I understand that they're going to come do the work because they know how to work with DES, or whichever. But there'll be a schedule, so the contractor will already know how they're going to be paid and all that.
Yeah, there'll be a schedule, a work schedule, so a project completion schedule. So as those are completed, they will present their invoice, which is a pay requisition. The engineer that is overseeing the project will sign off on it. You will sign off on it as the project owner, and then it comes to DES for reimbursement.
Okay.
Right. So we're going to look at the first step, which is really filling out the application form. Again, you should have a link to this in your letter that included the offer. I will say I clicked the link. I had already logged into this website. When you click the link, it may present you a box with a username and password that you need to put in. If you made one for the pre-application, you can use that one and log in. If you did not, you will need to create one to be able to see the application form. Once you get in here and see this page, then you click the button that said begin form entry. And this is an online form. If you did fill out the pre-application, it's similar to that. So you'll see questions that pop up. Depending on how you answer these questions, different things will show up for you. So the first question is, and this, again, you should have your offer letter out when you start filling this out. because what you should be filling this out for is the project that you've been offered funding for in that letter. So if you were offered drinking water funding only, you can check this drinking water box. If you were offered wastewater funding only, check this box. If you were offered both funding based on what you put in your pre-application, you can check that box. As you scroll through, you'll see different, like I said, questions that come up. If you have a drinking water project, this public water supply ID box will show up. The applicant name would be the name of your cooperative. And then applicant contact information would be the person who is the point of contact for the application. So that should be somebody at your co-op. There's a mailing address, and then there's another contact information for if there's a different person for billing and payments, if you have a specific person that fills that role. If you are already working with an engineer, you can put their contact information in here as well. You do not have to enter information here if you don't have somebody yet. Another point in the application is to put in what's called a unique entity identifier. I want to pause here because this is actually a part that can be really, can trip you up. This is a little tricky. So I would recommend starting on this early. There's a link here to sam.gov, which is a federal government website. I just clicked on it out of the application into this federal government site. There is a button here to get started. That is where you'll click if you don't have a UEI, unique entity identifier, which I would guess many of you do not. This previously was known as a DUNS number, but the entire system for managing these numbers has changed as of this year. So if you had a DUNS number before, you still need to get a UEI. If you didn't have a DUNS number, you also need a UEI. Same process for both. I will say there is a lot of, there's been some difficulty with getting these numbers, and unfortunately it is a federal government website, meaning at DES we have no ability to see into the system and navigate it for you. You know, we can try to help if you get stuck on it, but it is a separate you know, government organization that we have no ability to really get in there and see it. So I would recommend starting on that early. We've seen co-ops have a little trouble, particularly if you have an address that's not a street address for your co-op. That seems to be tripping it up sometimes. Jonna, do you know any other things that have been tricky for co-ops?
I think the biggest thing is the lack of a street address. If you have a PO box that you use, which is common, that seems to be an issue for the system. And it is a two-step process. If you start to run into issues, you know, you can forward what you're getting from them. And like Sarah said, we have limited ability to help, but we're collecting people's issues to try to see if there's any guidance whatsoever. So which one of those recently is learning that a PO box is an issue. And so what it seems to be requiring is additional information to prove a street address. So just reach out, and Sarah, feel free to correct me. I would say that this UEI number should not hold you. If you have everything else in place for the final application, I would not, and if you had a DUNS number, you could put that in there for now. But I would not hold up submitting a final application for that one thing because it could take a little bit.
Yes, but I would say start it early because I've seen it be an issue. So yes.
Agree, yeah.
Yeah, so get going on it. If that's the last thing you have, you know, let us know and we, you know, we'll work with you on it. I see a question from Suzanne. Suzanne, can you unmute yourself and ask?
Yes, that was the problem that I had because we do have a PO box number. Can we use one of our own addresses? Because we don't have a street address to the park.
So, Jonna, have you seen people use? Yeah.
They may. That might end up what some of our entities are doing.
Just a way to get around it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
I'm not sure how successful that.
I
would
think
assume. Yeah. Go ahead.
one system is trying to do that right now, and they're either working with the post office to get one of their extra mailboxes designated with a street address, or they have to change one of their utility bills that's addressed to the co-op to go to that street address, because that's what you'll need is a utility bill or something like that to demonstrate that the street address is associated with the co-op. clear enough?
This is why I say start early, because we, and like I said, we have no ability to, get you this number if it's not working, unfortunately. So
I tried to get going, and that was right there what held me up, and I didn't know what to do. So I guess
yeah,
I got to try figuring out something.
yeah.
All right.
And give us feedback if you have success. Let me know, so I can
Okay.
pass it along to others too. Thank you.
All righty.
I think Richard raised his hand next.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, just I've done a couple of the applications for the UEI, and it can be very tricky. So yes, get started on it right away. You will need to have an address that is in the park area itself, that is a street address and not a PO box. So you can absolutely use one of your board members' home addresses, but you will need to be able to supply, I believe, 2 supporting documents that show that as the address. I know that what I did with one co-op was reach out to the management company, and they were more than happy to supply a statement or something on their letterhead using this street address. It does have to be, of course, a legitimate address, so that if something is sent to that address, the co-op will receive it. The park will, but it needs to be an address within the park proper, or they won't accept.
Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. Well Hill Co-op, did you have a question?
He actually just answered it for me.
Oh, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Teamwork. Suzanne Smith, you had a question?
We have a management group that the bills go to, but our address for like the park mail is like 5 Barrington Oaks. It's not a road. Is that going to hold something up, or can we go through Hodges?
So I have not attempted to do this myself. I don't have an entity I can register, but I would say you need an address within the park based on what Richard said. So if you have something, I'd start there and see how it goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
If they GPS the address that you give them, they want it to show up within the park. So, I mean, it doesn't have to have, end with the word street or road or whatever, but the location has to be within the park. Yeah.
That's good feedback. Thanks, Richard.
I believe too, when we incorporated, we didn't have a PO box or anything. We were using my address, and that might still be on record as the address for the corporation. So I'm assuming that would be one document that would stand up for this.
It sounds likely that would be. And if you find out things along the way that you think would be helpful for others, I am happy to share them with everybody. So please keep me posted if you have success or if you have trouble that you're stuck on, and we can share it with the group. And I know you'll all be navigating this together. I would say also Rock NH has been really helpful. So if you have a technical representative from there that you may be able to reach out to, they may be able to help you as well. There is another required code here in the application, which is a state of New Hampshire vendor code. This is important because this is how payments are made to you. You need to be assigned a vendor code by the state of New Hampshire. There's a link there to register for one if you don't have one already. All right. So I'm moving through the application, just navigating through by pushing the buttons as I see them pop up. I can go back to the previous section if I want. Important to note here too, you will be able to sign in. You need to sign in to be able to see the application, so you can save your progress and come back to it too. There's a button up here at the top that says Save Progress. You can click that at any time and it will save the information that you've input. It also does periodically save it. So if your computer crashes or something like that, your information should be in there. So you don't have to sit down and enter all this at once. You can start it and come back to it as you collect more pieces that go into it. We moved through the first section, which was called applicant information, and now we're into the project information. So I had checked the box that I had a drinking water and a wastewater project. So I will see both things show up for me. It may look a little different depending on what your specific project is. So there's a place to put your project title and then a description of what you're planning to do. So what is the actual grant funded work that you're planning to do? So this should be similar to what you put in for your pre-application. Then there's a cost here to put in for your estimated construction cost. Then the contingency related to that construction cost. So this would be a place to build in some extra funds to make sure you have your costs covered. I'm going to mention too that, you know, the offer letter that you received from us has an amount, a dollar amount associated with it. That is the amount of funding that you have been offered at this point. If you put in your final application and identify increased costs, we don't have additional funds at this point to be able to offer you more, you know, project dollars. So please put it in for the amount that your grant application is considered to be for the amount that you've been offered. If your project costs have increased that you know of, and you have updated information that tells you you need additional funding, I would like you to identify that in the application, and you're going to be asked to show where those additional funds are coming from. So if you're at the point where you have identified you need additional funds and you don't have that funding, that's something we should discuss up front, so that we're aware of that situation. But I think for most people, I'm hoping that your pre-application was put in for a good amount of funding that you're confident will cover the cost of your project, or you have other funding sources that you've applied for that may be offering also to support the project. So there's also a place to put in engineering costs in here, and if there's any other costs associated with your project. Again, similar on the wastewater side. So if you have a wastewater project, you'd enter the project title, description, construction costs, construction contingency, engineering costs, and any other costs. Then there's a table where you're going to put in what your grant amount that you're requesting is. And this should be no greater than what you've been offered in that letter. If for some reason your project cost has come down significantly, you can enter something that's less than you've been offered too. I don't anticipate many of you will do that, but if that is the case, you can. So you see that I have two boxes showing up, one for drinking water and one for wastewater. So your letter should identify a total for each of those if you were offered funding for both sides. If you were only offered one of those, you will see only one of these boxes show up when you work your way through the application. And again, many people on this call may have received a letter identifying other funding from DES also. There's some different drinking water funding available that you will have. And I think, Jonna, I'll lean on you a little bit on this one, because I think those letters did identify where the funding was coming from, right? The amount that's associated with each funding source.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So you'll be able to put in, we're just looking at the American Rescue Plan Act funding. So this would be either identified as ARPA or disadvantaged funding in your letter. That's what we'd be putting in here. And if you don't see multiple funding sources, it's all from this grant program. All right, any questions right now that I could answer? I don't see any hands raised, but feel free to speak up if there's anything. Okay. The next item in the application is something that there's a link to a document here. And this is what I mentioned earlier about documenting the fact that you've been authorized to accept the funds and that somebody has been authorized to sign the grant agreement. This link brings you to another page with the form. I'm providing this form in the application for your reference. It's not for you to submit with the application. We will need this form when you have a grant agreement, and I will send it to you with instructions. However, I want you to see it up front, because if you need to obtain a vote at your meeting that's happening next month, I want you to be able to see what you'll be signing for the grant agreement. So what this document does is it identifies that somebody has been authorized to sign the grant agreement and that your cooperative has been authorized to accept the grant funds. So those are the two pieces you need to work into a vote. Depending on how your bylaws and how your organization is structured, will tell you how to get that vote. So What I'm asking in the application is that you read the box here and see this form. And what that is telling me is that you agree that you will obtain the correct authorization to be able to accept this grant funding. So do not fill this out and send it to me yet, because there's a critical piece of this, which is that form has to be signed within 30 days of your grant agreement signature. And at this point, no one has a grant agreement. It's not sent to you until after you get that final application in. So just don't send this in to me yet. I just had to plug in my battery's running low. I don't know if that showed up for you.
Yes.
You did see, okay.
I thought
Don't
it
worry,
was, I thought it was my computer.
No, I'm plugged in now, so we should be good. There's another question here related to how much funding your organization receives from the federal government. I anticipate the answer to this to be no for most of you, which you have to meet both of these criteria in the letter in the paragraph here for it to be a yes. So the two criteria would be that 80% or more of your annual gross revenue comes from the federal government, and you receive 25 million or more in annual gross revenue from the U.S. federal government. And I anticipate that is a no from everybody. But if it's not, please check that box. The next section is the drinking water rate and the sewer rate. So I'm not sure, Jonna or Jen, which one of you would like to speak about the drinking water rate?
Jen, do you have a preference?
Yeah, either way is fine. I talked about it last time. I can again.
Sure.
So for the drinking water rate, some of you may have lot fees that include a bunch of things, road maintenance, and other maintenance around the park. We're looking for you to break out the costs that are specifically related to water. So your contract operator, your testing fees for the lab, if there's any insurance on the pump house, or taxes you may pay, if you can prorate those to the amount that is specifically for the water system. And we do have a spreadsheet that is a worksheet that can help you, give you ideas of where to pull dollar amounts from for this, and then total it up. And then you just divide it by the number of users that you have, the number of connections you have, and that will give you your annual rate per unit. And the worksheet is something that we're going to send out with the presentation.
Yep, so that should be tomorrow afternoon. I'm hoping to send that email out. So you should look for that from me as an attachment. There's also a place here to enter if, I think this box only shows up if you put in that you have a wastewater project, but if you have a sewer rate, you can enter it here. I would anticipate even less of you have a sewer rate than may have an idea of your drinking water rate. So you do have the ability for the sewer rate to put not applicable in here. If you happen to have something, you can put it in here. Otherwise, we don't ask you to calculate one on the sewer side, but you do need to calculate one on the drinking water side if you don't have a separate drinking water rate that you're charging. There is a project schedule, so we'll ask for some dates in here. I will say, for the most part, these dates, don't feel like you need to pin these down to it will ask you for a calendar day, but we understand, there's things that may change in the timing of the start date, the construction award date, things like that. We're just looking for your estimate at this point of those things. The one date I'm going to point out, though, is that's of great importance that you put in here is the project completion date, because we're going to use this to create your grant agreement and put that date in there. So again, be realistic, but also plan for some, delays and things like that so that you have enough time to complete your project, because we will be putting a date based on this date that you put in here into the grant agreement that you must complete all the work by. Otherwise, you won't be able to receive any funds for it if it takes place after that date. So the critical date here, I'd say, is the project completion date, to make sure you're as accurate as you can be with that. And then the other one is the authority to either borrow funds if you happen to be someone who's receiving a loan to do your project, or, you know, if you're just using the grant funding, this would be the authority to accept your grant date. And what I'm looking for here is the date you plan to have that meeting where you have that vote to authorize your cooperative to accept the grant funding. And if you do have a drinking water and wastewater project, I would anticipate that date will be the same for those. You should have that vote on the same day. Just save yourself from having to do two. Next section is another box I want you to be able to check that you've read this statement here, and there's another link here. So this is not something that we need at the application phase, but I want to make you aware of this requirement. And that requirement is that an environmental review must be completed for construction projects. What an environmental review is it's a review of how the project impacts the environment, and it's a requirement for the funding source. So you initiate this process by submitting the template, which is linked here. Typically, this is something that an engineer helps with. So when you're working with, hiring an engineer, you want to think about this is one of the tasks that they could work on, is filling out this form, which has details of the project. It's another link to the form. It's got a lot of questions related to what the purpose and need of the project is, the details. So I want to make it clear this process takes some time to get done. So you should plan on having your engineer or yourself submit that environmental review template at least a few months prior to your project going out to bid. So it's something that happens during the design phase of the project. What I want you to be aware of while you're doing the application is that that is a critical step to the project. So you need to know that that happens. It can delay your project going out to bid if you don't get that completed and the process done. So the step is to get that environmental review template to DES, and then that process of actually completing the environmental review takes place, which is a couple of months. So you'll check this box as part of the application and make sure you're aware of this environmental review template. And then there's a place to put the project location here and who the contact is for the environmental review. So if it's someone like your engineer, you could put their contact information there. But if you don't have one at this point, you can put someone from your co-op there. Then there's a series of questions designed to capture a picture of your technical, managerial, and financial capacity. I want you to answer these questions honestly. There's no penalties or anything for answering, it's asking if you have record drawings or plans of your current distribution system. You can say no to the question if you don't. Do you have a list of your assets? That might also be a no, or maybe you don't know. That's also an acceptable answer here. So I want you to just read these questions and answer them and move through the list. There's the same technical, managerial, and financial on drinking water and wastewater. So either you'll answer for both or just one, depending on what your project is. The next section is financial certification. So these would be statements that you are agreeing to by submitting the application. So one is that you agree to conduct and report on a financial audit, including compliance and controls in accordance with the funding source rules. So if you are offered and accept more than $750,000 in a fiscal year from the federal government, there is a requirement to do an audit. So that's something to be aware of if you have an offer that's in that range. The second item here is the applicant have the financial capability to support the continuing operation and maintenance of the system. The source of this financial revenue is detailed in the statement below. So this is where we ask, how are you going to maintain these systems once you put them in? We have a variety of projects we're funding, but for example, if you have, new drinking water piping going in, and maybe the way that you're going to be able to pay for this is you're going to increase your lot fees to cover some of the costs that might come with maintaining this system. So that's something to think about now. So then you will certify that these statements are true. And the next section is some of the other requirements that come along with the grant. which would be on the wastewater side, there's a requirement for what's called a fiscal sustainability plan, which is a list of the assets that are being funded by the grant. And we have a table template that you would prepare for this, and you can work with your engineer on it. We also have additional training that you will be required to attend related to this item and the drinking water item, which is the drinking water asset management business plan. These are things that need to be completed prior to the end of the project. So it's not something we're requiring up front. Again, this is another box where you acknowledge that this is something you will do as part of this project. So the drinking water asset management business plan is a similar thing to what I described for wastewater. Jonna, I don't know if you have additional detail you want to offer on that at this point.
Not at this point. No.
Yeah. So there's a little paragraph here about it, and there is a template available once you get to that point. And again, training offered to help.
Right.
The goal is to help you.
And, yeah.
Yeah, the goal is to help you be able to manage the finances related to these assets, and have financial health going forward to keep the maintenance up. So just check the box on here and be aware of these requirements. This is the last section of the application, which is important. Project attachments. So I do say required for environmental review. It's not a required item for the application, but it is required that you put in an environmental review template as part of the project. So that's why it says required there. What is required to include with the application are the planning documents, which I mentioned before, which would be something that identifies what your project is and what alternatives you considered for it. If you've been working with an engineer, that might be something they've worked on for this project. A certificate of insurance is required. There's some details here about what that insurance should be that the co-op holds to be able to sign the grant agreement and get that approved. I have listed it as optional, but we do need meeting minutes for the meeting where you have that vote to authorize you to accept the grant funds and someone to sign the grant agreement. It's optional because I anticipate you may be putting in this application before you have that vote. It will be required once you get the vote to obtain those minutes. But if you don't have it at the time you're putting in the application, that's okay too. You also need to have a Secretary of State certificate of good standing, which is a certificate that you can obtain by visiting this link. I believe it costs something in the neighborhood of $5 to $10. $5, okay. I was going to say $5, but then everything's getting more expensive, right? So this is a certificate you obtain by visiting that link, and it identifies that your cooperative is in good standing to do business in the state of New Hampshire. One item to note here is that these run on an annual cycle, meaning they expire every year. If you are anticipating you won't be putting in your application until next spring, you may wait until after March 30th to request this document, because I don't want to see you submit one that's going to expire in a few days. If you're getting your application in soon, go ahead, obtain one and send it in. But if you're getting close to that deadline of March 30th when they expire, you may be able to request it after that date so that you have a current one. We need it to be current when we go to Governor and Council for your approval. And the last item on the list would, go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah. One thing I thought I'd add, when you go on to the Secretary of State website and request a certificate, you can do it online, and we don't need a hard copy. Now they have, it used to be a special paper with a special gold sticker, but now it's nice because it's just a PDF document. But when we were kind of talking about the UEI issue with a street address, I don't know if any of the co-ops, when you go onto the Secretary of State website, when a co-op may have registered, they may have been put a street address in there, because there are some co-ops with street addresses. So it might just be worth peeking there to see what the co-op registered as there, to see if they could use that same address.
Yeah, and I have seen most of them have a street address on them, it seems like, so that's a good place to look. The last item is the income survey, which is required that you include. There is an income eligibility component to the program that you're receiving this funding through. So that would be that at least 50% of the residential units in the cooperative must be occupied at least 6 months of the year by a population that makes less than the statewide median household income. The statewide median household income, the latest number I have is 76,768. So you need to have an income survey showing that at least 50% of your units are occupied 6 months of the year and make less than that amount. And this has to be done, it has to have been done in the last 3 years. So it has to be a current income survey. So that's one item to make sure. That may take some time to collect that information if you don't have one already on file. I think in the last session we did offer, and I don't know if Eric Toledo is here today, but RCAP Solutions is able to help with income surveys. So if you need his contact information, let me know and I can put you in touch with him. I think I see a question, but I can't tell who it is.
It was Suzanne. I was just
Okay.
going to ask, where do you get the survey forms for everybody to fill out? But you just answered it. You're going to send that to us.
So Jonna, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we do any of the income survey stuff ourselves, but I think it's RCAP Solutions is able to help. Is that right?
We have the forms. Eric Toledo from RCAP has the forms, but we have them also. But right, Eric, communities can do it themselves. Eric can help but the actual analysis is done by Eric as a third party. We don't see any of that information. It is anonymous. It doesn't have anybody's names on it.
Are you saying R as in Roger Cap?
RCAP, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And how would we get that information?
So I will put Eric's contact information in the email I'll send out. I don't see him on the list tonight. Last time he was joining us, so I was able to call on him to talk, but I'll put his contact information in the email I send with details, and then you can reach out to him.
Thank you.
Yep.
Will you be including that form that you have with the packet that you send out?
What form? Is it the income survey one?
Yeah.
We could.
Because then we can print it out, like you said, we could do that ourselves, but then send it off to Eric.
Yeah, we can do that. I see.
Colin White had his hand up next.
Yes. Just a quick question regarding the percentage of income surveys that are required with this application.
I think it's typically 75%.
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, 75%.
Thank you.
And Pamela Prell, you had your hand up.
Hi. We had income surveys done during our acquisition last year. Are we able to reuse those? Is there a time limit on?
Yes.
So we can reuse those from last year?
Yes. So when you say last year, I assume you mean 2021, and that would be acceptable. They have to be within the last 3 years to be for this program. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
And I think that's all the hands for now.
Thanks for the help, Jen.
Yep.
I just mention one thing since we're talking about the income survey is the other part of that is what we call an affordability index. It looks at the MHI and the drinking water rate. And there was is Stony Brook on the call? I didn't see them specifically listed in the chat, or maybe they were on last week.
They may have been on last week.
Okay. That was the only one where initial data is showing that they might not meet that based on it was the water rate that was too low. So we just might have to work with them to make sure we got all the information for that. So.
Right. I should have mentioned when I was talking about the income eligibility, if you're applying for a drinking water project, there's also what Jonna is mentioning, which is an affordability index based on the median household income shown by the income survey, as well as the water rate, which is why those two pieces are critical for this application. Right, I think I'm going to keep going. I see no other hands or anything right now, but feel free if you have something, speak up. Oh, one more from David, it looks like. Did he put his hand down?
Yeah,
You
just,
there?
yeah, well,
Okay.
just real quick,
Yeah.
since you mentioned the water rate, is that something that's filled out only if you have the water, grant for water?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's
if
not
you're
something.
doing drinking water, it's required. If you're not, it's not required.
Okay, that was the question I had
Yep.
on that. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So the attachments I was showing, that whole list, you're going to drag your files into this box, or you can also navigate to them by clicking that button in the application. And that will show you where, in your computer, you can locate them, and you can put multiple files in here. So that's where all the attachments go. Very end is a survey about how you liked our form. You can tell me if you didn't like it, that's fine. You can give us any comments or feedback you want in that box. Before you certify and submit this form at the very end, you will get a chance to review. So this will point out places where if there's required information that you didn't put it in. Mine is going to look terrible because I didn't put in any information. I just scrolled through. So see all these reminders to tell me to put everything in. So just check that and make sure you have everything in that you need. And then scroll all the way to the bottom. Yours won't be that long, I'm sure. And you click certify and submit, and that will allow you to put the application in. So again, due by June 30th, 2023. If you click that button and you want to confirm that we received it, you can reach out to me and I'll tell you right away. These come straight to me, so I will see them as soon as they come in. Any other questions on the application? I anticipate questions as you get through it too, so don't feel like you can't ask when we get into it. David.
Yeah, just one last question. I did come on last week's meeting, but I missed so much at the beginning. That's why I came back again. Last week, I think you mentioned that when putting out those start dates and all the other dates, you mentioned that we wouldn't be able to start you wouldn't be able to start dispersing funds until after the start date we put in. Is that correct?
We are not able to disperse any grant funds until your grant agreement has been approved by Governor and Council.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the start date that we would put in on the application.
No.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. I thought I saw another hand, but maybe it's not. Did someone else have a question?
I saw Well Hill Co-op pop up for a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're here. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
No problem.
Now, when I spoke, I think it was you, Sarah, that I had called when we first got this letter. And you said something about a packet or something we should put together for engineers or to, to engineers, and then they'll submit a package to us.
Yes.
I clarify.
You have questions about that process? Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I could have planted you in the audience because I think our next speaker is going to actually address that specifically. So let me just, we're getting into that.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I didn't mean
if
to
that's your
jump
question.
in there.
We'll just move right to that. Does that sound good?
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So I'm just going to go to my slides because that's how we're walking through. I got back to the beginning, but just a quick check-in. I know everybody's taking in a lot of information. We are kind of taking this step by step. So today you've attended the informational meeting. This is great. I mentioned the importance of starting that UEI early and starting your application form to get that in. And Cindy is going to talk to us about hiring an engineer and the steps to take to do that. So I'm going to turn it to Cindy to speak to that.
Okay, so there was a question in the chat earlier. Do you need to put out bids for engineering services? And the answer is yes, if you don't have an existing engineer. So these are recommendations of how to do that. It's called a request for qualification. So it's not a cost-based solicitation, but there is guidance. We have templates that you can use to invite different engineering firms to provide a letter of qualifications for your consideration for the co-op board members to evaluate and choose an engineering firm to work with going forward. So we have a fact sheet list, which is fact sheet 7-4. I believe Sarah will include a link to that when she sends a follow-up email. But there could be other engineers. We list any engineering firm that would like to be listed essentially on that fact sheet. So if you have, should talk with your operator for recommendations of engineering firms, and anybody that you would like to interview or consider, you can invite to submit a qualifications package. And then once you receive those, you would review the package with the board. With your board, consider interviews. We recommend interviewing the engineering firms, and you could develop an evaluation criteria ranking. There's the guidance for that. That's the graphic that's included on that slide, which would be comparing experience with similar projects, their resumes of the personnel that will be working with you on your project, not just the firm principals, but the actual project engineers that will be working on your project. And based on that, you can make a recommendation, negotiate with the selected firm, and then submit a copy of the engineering contract to us, to DES, to begin the work. That's what's needed for your engineering selection. If you already have an engineer that you've been working with to set up the project, many systems do have that, then we can document that and proceed with that engineer. Any questions on that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to add, this is federal funding, so there are some, they like to encourage fair and open competition for things. So that's part of the reason we ask that you do go through this process if you don't already have an engineer that you work with. And we do ask you to document how you did select your engineer. So as Cindy mentioned, if you have been working with somebody and they're already engaged in the project, you can document that on our form. That's something you'll receive from me. Or if you went through this process that she described, you can also document that with us. And any questions on either of us, what we spoke about related to engineers? Thanks, Cindy. Stop sign. I want to make a big point that when you are requesting reimbursement for funds from your grant, we have to take care that the construction costs are going to be reimbursable. So for many of you that are doing these larger construction projects, you must make sure that the costs for construction are incurred after Governor and Council approval of your grant agreement. You must make sure that the environmental review has been completed prior to the project going out to bid. And again, be aware that may take a few months. And then also that all your grant requirements have been met and you included appropriate documentation in your request for disbursement. Skip ahead for a second because I want to show you, we do have forms for the request for disbursement. So once your grant agreement gets approved, I will send you these forms. It's critical that the costs are separate for drinking water and wastewater projects. So if you are one of those lucky cooperatives that has funding on both sides, please be aware that you do need to track those costs separately because there is an amount associated with each type of funding. I see a question from Suzanne.
Oh, absolutely. I just went through this with our pump house project and it was a nightmare. Is it the same like setup as you have to have a certain percentage of the cost, a certain percentage of what's going out, what's coming in? It was a nightmare. Is that what we're going to have to deal with again?
Which cooperative are you from again?
Barrington Oaks.
Barrington Oaks, and you did a pump house project. Is that something you did with DES? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Is someone on drinking water?
Jonna knows
Okay.
our project.
I think
Yes.
probably Tom Willis was the
Yes.
engineer. Okay.
Yep. And we had to fill we as a co-op had to fill out paperwork to send to the state for reimbursement. And you had to do so much stuff on that paperwork. And if it wasn't done right, then it wasn't paid. So we had to go back and kept doing it until it was. Is the paperwork easier to deal with for payment or work done?
I would say the process, we've tried to keep everything similar to existing programs that we have. The forms were meant to look the same so that, you know, if you've done it before, that the forms are familiar between programs. So I'm trying to think of what maybe the issues might have been at the time for the SRF project that were making it challenging.
I
Jenna-
literally made a mistake, probably the third sheet in of our pump house, and it just snowballed all the way down. And I wasn't told about it until the very end. And
yeah,
then,
I mean, these are one-page forms for different
Yes.
categories.
Yes.
I would say yes, it is complicated, and we need to pay attention to the detail to make sure that everything is correct when it's submitted. So these, if it's these will not have Davis-Bacon payrolls, for example, if it's ARPA only. But I think Barrington Oaks, would that be a continuation of the SRF, Jonna? So they would have Davis-Bacon and
Barrington
American Iron
Oaks
Steel.
is closed out long.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
this is
maybe
all fresh and
because
new. So right, Cindy,
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
So some of these projects are a continuation of of other funding, so they would have additional reporting requirements. And in those cases, we have to have a whole additional set of paperwork that goes with the disbursement. So that makes it more complicated. But we will work with you for each of these monthly disbursements until we get it right. But you're correct that it's not as simple.
Yes. Thank you.
So yeah, I don't want to sugarcoat it. You're right.
You'll be hearing from me. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Bye.
all right.
The other
I'm just
thing,
gonna
you know,
mention-
talking
Oh, go ahead.
talking about kind of mixing of funds, right? So some of these are really case by case specific on maybe how complicated they are if they are co-funded with some other programs.
Yeah. So be aware of that. If you have other funding in your letter that you received, there may be some additional detail that is needed at the time of those disbursement requests. Other requirements of the program will be listed in your grant agreement. So there's different exhibits attached to that grant agreement, particularly exhibits A, B, and C. And those will have, exhibit A is the requirements that come along with the federal funds. So that can be reviewed for those. And then exhibit B will define the scope of your particular project, as well as the grant requirements, which we've outlined today. And exhibit C has some details as far as how the payments are made, which is, as we described, you request the disbursement of the grant funds via the submission of the paperwork, including the documentation required attached to those forms. And then again, the payments are made from DES to the cooperative. So that is how the payment is made. Timeline and next steps. So I mentioned before, I always start a checklist with things I've already checked off. So this always makes me feel good. We have 2 things accomplished here. You've submitted your pre-applications and you've been notified of your award. Next step, getting those final applications in. They are due no later than June 30th of 2023, but you may submit them at any time. You could submit, the application is live. You can go in there today and take a look, see what you need to get in there. Once you get those final applications in, that is when we prepare a grant agreement and send it to you for signature. Once we get that signed hard copy grant agreement back at our office, which again, you'll have instructions on how to send that back to us and make sure you print it correctly and all that. Then I start the process for getting it approved by governor and council. And that process does take between 2 to 3 months from the receipt of those hard copy documents. So again, application's not due until June 30th, but it is in your best interest to start this process soon, just knowing that time frame to get the approval of the grant agreement. particularly if you're looking at starting construction for something, you know, in the near future. You'd want to start this process as soon as you can. So I put my contact information on this slide. My phone number's there, my email address. Feel free to reach out with questions. I also have Jonna's contact info on here, and I will send out, when I send that email that's coming to you tomorrow with some of the documents that we mentioned, including a copy of these slides. I will list other contact information of people that we heard from today so that you have them, or they'll be copied on the email so you can reach out to them too. If there are other questions, I'd be happy to take some. I don't see any hands raised. Anybody? Jeff.
I know it's probably a long shot financially, but should a project end up coming in under the price that has quoted out to us or the bid pricing on it, what happens to the additional funds that have been sent out to the co-ops? Is that something that the co-ops can set aside in a general maintenance fund for future maintenance of the system, or is that to be returned to DES?
So the funds would never be paid out in that case, because the funds for the grant are tied to this specific project, and you request the reimbursement all along. So if you don't make it up to that total amount, if you complete your project before hitting that total grant amount, you will not receive the funds.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you.
Yep.
I don't see anything in the chat.
Great. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate you taking the time, and I look forward to getting your applications. Again, reach out with questions. I will follow up, like I said, with an email. I'm aiming for tomorrow afternoon. I'd say if you don't hear from me by Friday, start bugging me though. Give me a little time. So as I pull together all those pieces, and then they'll come, like I said, directly from me. If you, for some reason, if you didn't have your email, like if this invite didn't come to your email, let me know. Shoot me an email or something so I can add you to the list. I'm going to use the meeting invite to find the list of people to send all those documents to. So anything else from anybody else from DES? Anything else you want to say?
Oh, we got a question from Suzanne Smith. Oh, and Michelle Clark.
I just have a quick question. One for, in the beginning, you said that we needed a list of our assets, and if we didn't have them, how can we get them if we don't know? Like I have a partial list for Barrington Oaks, but I don't have a complete list, because our park was built in it started in 1969, and then it wasn't a co-op until like 1971. So back in the day, they didn't have.
So if you have a list of assets that's partial, that's all you need right now. One of the things that will be required through the grant process is to do that asset inventory, which will be a piece to work on. There we'll have an additional training related to that. So we have some additional places you can look for information. So at this time, you don't need to submit any list to us of assets.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Michelle?
Hi there, it's Michelle Clark, Spruce Valley Mobile Home Park in Danville.
Hi.
Hi there. So I just wanted to clarify too with all the questions about hiring the engineering group. So from my understanding, so if I hire the engineering group now to start our design project plan, and we needed to reimburse them out of, like, say, our capital improvement funds here, then once we are fully funded after June, and we submit that bill that they submit, even though we pay them, it would just go to the co-op anyway, so we can take reimbursement on it.
So that is correct. I will say, though, please do keep us in the loop when you're hiring your engineer, as far as we would like to see the contract that you have with the engineer, and make sure that you're in compliance with the grant. So we will be able to reimburse engineering costs that are incurred prior to Governor and Council approval. assuming you're, meeting all the requirements going along. Nothing prior to March 4th of 2021. So be aware of that date. I don't think anybody's in danger of that, but if you apparently, if you've done work already that was prior to that date, we absolutely cannot reimburse that. And then, like I said, provide us with the contract and details of your selection.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Can I just make one comment?
Sure.
We hope you don't wait till June 2023 to put this application in. The sooner the better, so that your engineer can actually design over the winter and you will go out to bid next spring. So there's no
Right.
reason to wait. Sarah was very generous with the deadline to complete the application, but the sooner the better, so that you can get your project started construction next year.
Yeah, good point.
David Kirsch has his hand raised.
Yeah, just a quick question about
You're
the,
muted again.
no, I'm not.
Oh.
Just, you mentioned training on several occasions. Who do we contact about getting that as we come up to each part?
So the additional training that we have is related to the asset inventory I mentioned and the fiscal sustainability plan. So you will receive information from me, I would guess, in the spring related to that. So I don't have any information to give you right now. We just did our training for the group of people who were offered funding last year, this summer. So I will provide information to you. If you have a question specific to that, you can reach out to me.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands and nothing else in the chat.
All right, well, thank you. And I appreciate, again, everybody being here and your questions. So thanks.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.